Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to more Vector 3D live streaming as we carry on with the Vz-235. Isn't it looking pretty fantastic now? We actually have something that does actually look like a printer, which is very, very exciting. And I'm very glad to see it. There isn't much like fixed plan for today, other than continue on, do more stuff. Probably wiring. I know last time we finished off with mounting the LEDs, so I guess... Oh, could probably tighten that screw a bit. I know that that would probably be a sensible place to start. There we go. Nice. Good afternoon, Jose and James and Zarp and Peter and Studio Res. And Peter again. Hello, 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 hello. So, this is one thing I did between the last stream and this one. I made these. Basically just Creality style heatset insert bed leveling wheels. They just go on the bottom like this and replace those nuts that I had on temporarily. Ta-da! Other than that, I don't think I did anything between last stream and this stream, as that was literally yesterday. So yeah. Let's get on with doing some LED wiring. I think I'm going to try and print the RSCS as well at some point. I was going to start it just before this live stream, but I thought, A, I don't really want to print it running while I'm trying to do a live stream. And B, it wasn't quite ready. I noticed a slight change that I need, so that's going to need an extra little revision before I print it out. So yeah, there you go. So what we're doing? Yes. LED lighting. So I don't think I have... This is the wiring that came with it. I don't think there's quite enough left there for me to do all of this. It might be, but it'd be pretty tight. I guess we could do it anyway. Let's start with this and see how we get on. And then we'll add in the other stuff if we need it. Obviously, you can't see the LED. For those that didn't see, they're literally on the extrusion up here. So obviously, because the camera is exactly the same height, you can't see them. So we're doing much of what we've done before, I'm afraid. So JST-XH for these. These are going to go on my Daybreak LEDs. Oh no, these are the Dayspring, they're the rat rig version, aren't they? Good afternoon, Paul. I'm looking forward to seeing it print as well. It's been a long journey. For me, the journey started like a year ago or something when I first was talking with Mello about the kit. Or maybe not a year ago. November or something, 2022, I think that was. In fact, it might be in September, so it's not far off a year. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Point is, we're here now. Let me try and remember which way round this needs to go. That goes that way, so 24 goes to this one here. 24 here. Around here somewhere. I printed. Some printed parts did come with the kit, but they were not ones that you're intended to keep, if that makes sense. It was like some spacer parts in the gantry, because the gantry is pre-assembled, but you will need to print your own parts. So this wire is actually going to go up the top here, because we have to connect the LEDs on one side to the LEDs on the other side. You don't have to connect them in a string. I suppose you could connect them up individually, but I think this way makes the most sense. I could do with more of these clips. Oh no, I've got quite a few actually. We should be all right. The ones that like separate the two plates were they came with the printer, but they were red, and I believe they were made out of PLA. At least that's what Simon said. So I was instructed to reprint them out of ABS. So I'm not sure if that's going to be always the case going forwards. But it's unlikely they'll come in a color or exactly the color that you want. So prepare to print all the bits. We might also get onto firmware today, I'm not sure. I think probably I'll get on with the panels next, and we'll do that before firmware. Not too sure. It might be wise to not do that, but I think that's okay. And again, I'm feeling good today, thank you. A bit less stressed out than yesterday. Had some good exercise. That always helps. Honestly, I don't know how close we are. Because, well, I suppose we could turn it on. Double check. Yeah, that's good. That goes here, that goes here, goes down here. Well, we might actually have enough wire to do all of this, so. Yes, I made some yellow knobs. That's my accent color for the printer. The bed leveling knobs. I think I'll probably do the RSCS, the static side cooling fans. Remote static cooling solution or something, whatever its acronym is. Basically the side blowies. I might do those in yellow to kind of be an accent as well. air duct. Do you mean like the hot end part cooling fan? This one here. I always forget. Every time I look at it, I forget which way the plug's going. So now we just need some more clippimatrons to clippy this down to somewhere a little bit sneaky. Thinking we'll have to do this and then go down. So it'll be a little bit visible, I think, unfortunately, but hopefully not too bad. This is why I have the turntable. I don't know why I've not used that this time. Should I get that up? Nah. So we could put them on a spare heater connector. That would be the best thing for them. So maybe this one here. Hello, 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 hello. Right. Need some little ferrules. This one, the polarity does matter because they are LEDs. Tool. So orange might as well go to red and then black goes to white. That kind of makes a bit of sense. I'm hoping these will crimp small enough because I don't have anything smaller. I think it's kind of in there. It's not great, to be honest. I'd like it to be tighter. Don't know how we can make this crimp tool grip tighter. This. Shall we try and do that? Oops. loosen off the thing here. Now we do need to get polarity right. So it's worth checking the wiring diagram if there's nothing on the board. There doesn't seem to be. It might be on the back, but can't see the back. So you'll need to check this. So just scrolling through the documentation, looking for the part of the PCB where you plug in heaters and stuff. Oh. Hotbed? No. Plus minus. These are okay. Hopefully in hardware section here, this pins file should show us. There we go. So plus, minus, plus, minus, plus, minus, plus, minus, plus, minus. Excellent. I'm going to switch these two around, not because it matters, just because the color coordination will help me remember the correct orientation for everything. Now that's plus minus, so we just have to match those for the next ones. Plus there, and then minus. And we'll need that pin naming diagram later on when we configure firmware, so we know what we're doing with that. You have to tell it where your things are and whatnot. So are you going to run the printer without the 2 additional side mounted cooling fans? That's the RSCS thing that I was talking about just now. I am going to print them at some point. I don't know when. The design was not really ready, so it was a bit unfinished. So I was just going to wait until it was done, but then I also wanted it, so I made my own version, and I just haven't printed it yet. So that's the LED wiring done. It's not the tidiest, I guess, but hopefully it's good enough. Can anybody think of any wiring that we haven't done other than the RSCS? We don't have a filament sensor, but I don't have a filament sensor to put on it. Ah, we got the PTFE tube thing. Maybe we'll look at mounting the panels and stuff. Let's maybe finish up the wiring. So I'm going to tidy up some of this down the bottom here especially. There's lots of extra length just dangling here, so let's get them connected up nicely. I think in future revisions of this printer, personally, I would like to see the power supplies mounted on the bottom, maybe with some taller feet to make sure they've got airflow, and then a more concise solution for the back. I don't know. They're all right. I'm just kind of being fussy, I suppose. I think, although I've not done it yet, I've not seen it done anywhere else. I quite like a mains power switch on the front of the printer. Mains in a relay or something. I think I mentioned it before about turning off Raspberry Pi and having mains off. Because at the moment I basically just end up leaving printers on the whole time. Which doesn't use a lot of power, but it is a bit, and it's something I'd rather have them turned off when I'm not running them. But just because of space, just reaching around the back of a printer to turn it off is kind of annoying. That's tidier down there, that's for sure. I'm guessing the panels make the machine more rigid and input shaper should be better. Well, input shaper is not so much about better or worse, it's more just a compensation thing. But yes, you're right in that the panels should provide some additional stiffness for the machine, which would increase the recommended maximum acceleration. Getting this slot tidy in here is not going to be easy. It's very restrictive on space. And I can't see very much, and I made the brackets black so that they blend in, which makes them very difficult to see. What the hell? My wire's that tight that I can't. Hoping this is going to help me get access, but I don't think it's going to help. Did make me smile when going through the Cura on presets for different printers. Standard speed for this comes up at 300. Yeah, it's a speedy boy, all right. This is not ideal. I've wired it a little bit too restrictively. Doing maintenance on this machine is not going to be fun. Can I... There's some weird wiring decisions here. What have I done? get that wired. Find that. I think that might be about all we managed that. Okay. Yeah, I made these a bit too short. Entirely my fault, but it's not the end of the world, it's just a organizational thing, really. What is the one that's too short? Is that one? One of these wires is shorter than, here. And this one? It's fine when they're in. It's just I didn't leave enough length to be able to remove them, which was a bit silly. What speeds and accelerations are you using on your Vorons? Generally not that fast, really. Probably like 180, 200-ish. Definitely could go faster. I run them pretty slow based on their capabilities, really. Good afternoon, Ella. Good to see you. Well, it's tidier. We don't know that everything's going to be in the right place yet, so we don't seem to have many fans connected. What's going on there? Ah, because this fan is going here. Those fans are all going here. This fan could benefit from going here, but isn't at the moment. So it's just the hot end fan. I can't remember what voltage it is. My Voron's stock motors and stuff, yeah. I don't know if that question was aimed at me. I assume it was. These don't look particularly nice, but I don't know how much I can do about that. Could maybe put some black sleeving stuff over them. I do have this type sleeving that Prusa uses. It's on my shop too. Shameless plug, eh? Because I like it. I use it on other builds as well. Right, now I have to take it off. Eat it. Yeah, that hard sleeving where you have to push cables all the way through it, it's just a nightmare. Oh, I've melted the ends together. Oops. There we go. Do I have something to get the length? Just in case it works. It's about 16 centimeters. The only time I use the hard sleeving, I have some on my Voron, is for CAN bus, because it will kind of hold a spring steel wire better, which is the other thing I use. This feels very fiddly and not that beneficial. That looks a lot better though, doesn't it, actually? Right, we're going to have to do a bunch of those. Oh, how many have I done? What have I done before? One, written it. Come on. The ends, you end up anti-fraying them, and then you have to split them back open. They melt to each other. Let's get this bottom one out, give us a bit more working room. How have I cut it so long? Yep, it's super duper long. That's one of the reasons I don't push speeds, is to get maximum layer adhesion. Hotter and slower gives nice results. A lot of the time with speed as well, unless you have a full bed, then you kind of got to slow down for the layer times anyway, depending on how adventurous your designs are with regards to like overhangs and stuff like that. Okay. That makes that bit look a little bit tidier anyway. Overall, still a bit messy, but I think it'll be okay. Right. What's next? Should I power it on now? Is now a good power on time, do we think? Or should I put panels on? It's probably best to wait a bit before we put the panels on. James says yes. James wants power. Do power. A voltage check. Singers. Problem is, it's so much of a mess now. Did you do a mains power on before doing 24 and 48 volts? No, I've not turned anything on yet. It's just all in one go. Live is brown, neutral is blue, earth is yellow and green. Live is brown, earth, neutral is blue, and earth is yellow and green. That's fine. Check your power supply switches. I mean, they pretty much always come set at 230 volt. I've never had to change one. I mean, famous last words, but... I think I'm going to put some safety glasses on and we'll turn it on. Safety glasses may be a bit excessive, but in case something does explode, at least at least my eyes will not be damaged. Always have to set them to 110. I think, don't quote me on this because I might be wrong, but I think when they have these switches and they run at 230 or 110 or 115, whatever you, yeah, 110. I think if you run if it's set at 230 and run at 110, you just get half the power and it's kind of okay, but not great. But if you set it to 110 and put it on 230, then it goes boom. I think. Obviously, I've never really had 110, so I've never tested it, and I've never had to change the switch because they always come at 230. But I think that's the case. We've watched hours of crimping, so at least you can just turn off. Well, I've done hours of crimping. Right. I need a power cable. So this is, the switch is set to off, so hopefully, as I plug this in initially, we should be okay. Oh, it's so nerve-wracking. It's so embarrassing as well if I balls it up because I've got people watching. There's only 17 people watching. 20 now. The least you can do is give me a like. How about that? This is so nerve-wracking. There's so many wires. It's going to take ages to diagnose if it's not right. I think it's okay. Right. So the switch seems to work. Nothing's come on. It'd be nice to have a cover over that thing, wouldn't it? Whoa, Nelly! Can you hear me? Although that kind of looked good, I'm not sure that's good. You can't hear the fans. That's insane. Okay. The fan, because the CPAP's coming on at 100%, but I don't think it's working correctly. Because there's no SD card in the Raspberry Pi. I was looking at that for activity and whatnot. An electronics panel for the back pack would be rather good to have in the long run. Do you mean, what do you mean by an electronics panel? There's this cover that goes over the back. Like so. But it's kind of, it just feels like a half-finished enclosure, doesn't it? Personally, what I would really like, although obviously I can't say what they should do or what they want to do or anything like that. What I would like, I think, is the power supplies underneath. The power cable maybe near the front and the switch near the front, so you can plug it and unplug it and turn it off without having to reach all the way around the back. This panel covers all of it and have basically a sort of skirted arrangement, a bit like Voron does. I think that works really well. Obviously that's basement, this can be side skirt, back skirt, and then this panel can kind of cover the whole thing. In my opinion, I think that would be nice. Right, let's take this out. Take this in. The fans are really loud, but I think that's just CPAP is getting the full 5-volt PWM. It's coming on at like maximum signal for some reason as default. We don't have network connection, but I could find one nearby, hopefully. In fact, let's pull that out. I wasn't going to do firmware now, but I feel like that's the way we're heading. I'm fond of separating mains into different compartments. Yeah, I just like, so I mean, I've kind of not managed to avoid it fully here, but whenever I do wiring, I try to keep anything that's 240 in kind of one area, and then kind of the other side is the low voltage, so that they can't cross at all at any time. Okay, I don't think I need safety glasses now that we know it turns on. You unplug power from CPAP until you have the firmware set up. Oh, that's a nice idea, isn't it? Because it unplugs. Aye, nice idea. Let's get this plugged in the right way around. Pop. So we should get some blinkety blink on activity. We do. And we've got some less noise. So the Electropie has a fan. At the moment, it just plugs straight into the input voltage. You can extend it or whatever to connect to your mainboard. That's what I've done on my Voron. And then it kind of just temperature controls over time. None of these fans are coming on, even though the lights below them are on. I know that 3 of the fans are on and 1 of them is off. That suggests that maybe that fan is le-broked. We has printer! Right. Let me identify the IP address. And then I can show you. So many main cell OSs. I don't know which one it is. Oh, pipsicles. I think it'll be this. How can I check that it's the right one? What other printers are plugged in? There's that one. 25 plus for V0. V0 is 111. Those are off, those are off. I think it's got to be this one. 121 is the other. Oh, that one looks the same. Why has it got... And 115 as well. Where are all these printers coming from? That's off. Push is off. It's still not even Klipper. Bamboo's not Klipper. Creality's off. Blue's off. This maybe I've put 2 instances or something on it. I don't think so. Okay, 115 can't be reached. So it's 120 or 121. That is a good call. Ah, you know what it is? One Wi-Fi and the other's Ethernet. Yeah, that's what it is. I don't know that that's what it is, but that seems to be the case because the 120 doesn't respond now, and I think it'll come back now that I've plugged it back in again. Yes, okay, so we've got 2 IP addresses because we have Wi-Fi and Ethernet enabled. Let's just get that out of the way. I don't think we're going to need it. So, let's try do a tutorial on how to set up Klipper for the 110th millionth time. I feel like I do it a lot. Right. I think this is fine. So this is what we've got. So all I've done so far is use the this tool, Raspberry Pi Imager. Which looks like this. And then you go choose OS, specific purpose OS, 3D printing, main sale, 32-bit. The instructions say 64, but unless you have an 8GB Raspberry Pi, you should use 32-bit. And you shouldn't be using an 8GB Raspberry Pi on a flipping 3D printer. Anywho, unless it's doing lots of other things, I guess. Anyway, besides the point. That's what I've done so far. So that then gets you to here, and you have your IP address, which you can find by using your router or whatever. In fact, let me just show you. There is a... I have a video. How to upgrade Klipper on any Ender 3 for high performance. It's kind of just a general Klipper installation guide until you get a little bit further in. So there's a bunch here on various UIs and installation methods and connection, and then how to do basically the whole thing, how to connect it up. There's a whole load of information in there. So if you want a video on how to install it, I suggest you go and watch that. I'll put it in the chat. That'll be useful. I can't pin it because the emoji thing gets... Oh no, there we go. So that's the Klipper guide. It's not specific for VzBot. It's not specific for anything. It was targeted at Ender 3s, but a lot of it is quite generic because a lot of it's not dependent on the printer. I'll be referring to it later on if I need to. And we've lost it. So the method I'm going to be using is using this thing, Klipper installation and update helper. You don't really have to do this, but I think it's kind of a handy way. I've started using it just as a... It's kind of a bit faster. Oh no, they're saying use a different one. They're saying PiOS Lite. Mine's is kind of fine. It doesn't really matter, I don't think, what you start with too much. So here we're going to do the usage. So you need to use a command prompt or some other thing doobly do. You need to use an SSH. So you can do SSH in Windows, and you just put this in and the IP address. And then it'll ask you to confirm the certificate. And then you put in the password, which is raspberry, but it won't show up. And then you're in. So this is where we start following the guide. Download a script and have it get installed. So you can just copy the whole thing. If you're smart, you'll understand what it does. Admin, apt-get, update, sudo apt-get, install git. So this is going to update the system and install git. I don't think it takes too long for this bit. Do 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 do. Very happy that we have a working printer. Am I surprised that all the wiring worked? I guess not. I think the more it looks like a rat's nest, the more you start to lose confidence. Excellent. Everything was already installed, so that helps us. Now we'll install Kiao. I wish it was called Kiao, but it isn't. So here, step 2. Copy the next command, paste it in the terminal and press enter. Copyright claimed. I don't think it was going to be accurate enough for that to be a problem. Cool. Step 3. Paste the... Oh. So here you go. This will tell you what's now installed. So if you didn't install Mainsail OS and you just went for Raspberry Pi OS, all of this would initially show as not installed. But in this case, it is all installed because it was pre-installed. So what we might want to do is press 2 and go to update. It will check for the software version. To do that, you just type the number and hit enter. As you can see, everything's already out of date. So I think if we just go we can update all. And it will update all those installations. Yes. Hopefully you wanted to see this because we're doing it. If anyone has questions as we go, or you've not done it before, or you need some guidance, do ask, especially as there's lots of waiting bits like this. The CPAP did come with it. Yeah, that's all included. So you don't need to worry about getting that. So that's everything updated now. We just did an update all and it's done it all on its own. So press B to go back. And then I think we can go to, it's not install. Install just allows you to add stuff. So we can go to for advanced, because what we need to do now is flash the image of Klipper. So we need to flash Klipper onto the, it's like there's Klipper here and there's Klipper here. So there's Raspberry Pi Klipper, which is kind of this. Well, not that's secure, but we've installed from the image Mainsail and Klipper stuff on the Pi. We now need the compatible firmware for the actual control board. When do you think your Raspberry Pi fan-powered daughter card is going to be available? I'm not too sure, sorry. So I'll give you a status update. Let's just get on with this in a second. Remind me and I'll do that in a minute. So we want to do a build and flash. So we're going to get the settings for our control board. So hopefully somewhere in the diagram here, Super 8 wiring, connected to SSA, compile and burn firmware. This should have Klipper settings. Here we go, firmware configuration. STM32F407. So we change this to STM32. We change the processor to STM32F407, 32, 8, and 11, 12. 32. 8, cool. Oh, that's fine. It's probably just got to find the better firmware. Okay, I'm just checking there's no extra commands that you had to put in. Sometimes you do, so. I don't know if it's going to flash directly. We'll see if it's going to manage that. So Q to quit and Y to save. So I've done build and flash here, which means it'll just run the build command, which is what we're doing now. It's building that firmware. And then it will attempt to flash it directly to the control board over the USB port. But that might not necessarily work. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I think it might have to have a micro SD card in the control board, so we might just insert one of those now if we have one spare. But might not work with an 8GB one. Before it needed a smaller one, I think. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It does depend on how everything's set up, I believe. Oh. Flashing method. Make sure to only select a method your MCU supports. Not all MCU support both methods. Yeah. So we can do it. So SD card update is, we'll send it to that SD card and then run it. Well, something's really warm here. This is rather warm. So let's just have a quick look. It might say in the documentation if there's a method. Also here, does this have recommendations on what boards support flashing? Probably not. Let's see what we can manage. Let's try the regular flashing method and we'll see if it works. Is it by USB DFU mode? I don't think so. I don't think this is going to work. Is it? Yeah, it's definitely not that. And nothing on DFU mode. Yeah, so what we can try, we'll try the SD card method. Ah, is it one of these? If not, then it probably won't support it at all. Nope. Okay. Well, we'll have to do it the boring method. So we've done the build, so we can now just go and copy the firmware off. I'm just going to... So we're going to have to do the boring SD card method. Which unfortunately means we need another tool, which I'm just downloading, and I shall show you in a second. So this tool is called WinSCP. It's an SSH tool, but has a user interface which makes it easier for copying files without having to use command line instructions. So just so you know what you're looking for. This is their website, so you want to download it from there. And once you have it installed, the tool looks like this. Whoop, whoop, whoop. So we need to put in our IP address. I'll save the password. It's not very secure too, but sue me. Don't. I don't need putty. Putty I used to use. I only use this because it has the GUI. For just normal SSH commands, I just use command prompt. Oh. Is it because it's doing this? Was it 120? Maybe it's 121, was it? Have I made a mistake? I think it's 121. It's 121. Silly me. It's not going to work. Edit. 121. Save. Log in. There we go. Accept the certificate. And now we have this. Unfortunately, I can't really zoom in on this, so it is what it is. I might be able to just drag the screen bigger. Not great quality. Sorry. Okay. So I'm going to put it in just downloads, I guess. Or we'll put it on desktop. It's easy to remember. So here we should have, where is it? Klipper, output. And then we should have a clipper.bin file. We'll just double check the documentation. So prepare an SD card and format it to FAT32. Copy clipper.bin and rename it to firmware.bin. Power off the motherboard, insert the SD card, power on the motherboard and wait for 10 seconds. Remove the SD card, insert it into the computer. If the view is now fly.current, the burn is successful. Okay. So we're going to take this and just drag it here. Everything's okay. And then we're going to rename this to firmware.bin. That was right, wasn't it? Yep. Now I need to get an SD card. We'll use this one, which I just jammed in here. Did I call it firmware? the problem with having a rubbish keyboard. So we have this. This is our firmware. Copy it from there onto the USB drive. Delete what's on there because we don't need that. Place that there. Jobs are good. And close that. And put this back to some resemblance of normal size. Okie dokie. Now we can take the SD card out. Let's just safely eject. Now we have SD card with firmware. We need to turn everything off, so we should shut down the Raspberry Pi. Easiest way to do that is to go to the web page and go to here and click shut down. Wait a few seconds, you'll see the activity sites flash a little bit and then they'll turn off. When they've turned off, it's safe to just turn everything down because it's shut down the Pi. Beep. Beep. You plug this in, turn it back on. That's not a certificate. What's not a certificate? So that should then have done the gubbins and flashed a firmware. Sometimes it's obvious how long it's done, sometimes it's not. Hopefully it's happy. Let's have a look. So if you look here now the only file on there is called fly. Yeah, job's a good one. There you go. Fly.current. So we should get this back. Happily jappily. Right, now we're going to go back to command prompt. And we're going to hopefully, no, we have to go get the command again. We just need this one to launch Kiua again. Place that in there. Bosh. Oh no, what am I doing? SSH. Open this up. Password. And then Kiua. So now is when we need that MCU ID. I believe we're connected using USB mode. Nope. Okay. How do we set it? I clearly was not paying attention to the instructions I was following. Yeah, USB. I'm pretty sure it's not in DFU mode. Oh. Oh no, that's the one I wanted to keep. You go away. Sorry for flicking around a bit. Apologies. I'm just confused as to why this is not. It should identify it with USB mode, I'm pretty sure. Nothing on DFU. Well, yeah, you can do it like just normal mode, but it should work using this. This is the point. That should just use basically the same command. Okay, we'll just follow the instructions and do it the old way. So here it gives you the full instructions, SSH, and then type this. So we're going to go back out of here and we're going to quit. And we're going to paste in that command that we just copied. And this will list the devices. And there isn't any. And that's why it doesn't work using Kiyua, because for some reason we have no connection. One of the bits is not doing what it's meant to do. Is it one of them dodgy USB cables that doesn't have data? I bet it is. That's why the other thing didn't blooming work, maybe. See if I have another USB-C cable. I might have to do a shameless plug of another one of the things that I sell on my shop. I don't know why I'm half singing everything. Right. Just found that my computer in the other room is watching the stream all on its own. Here we go. We'll give this cable a test. Or maybe we'll test with another cable. This one I think is power and data. So basically, I think the problem oh, it's a bug. It's bug and not cable. This is not 64-bit. I did 32-bit version though. I didn't follow the instructions. What the hell is all that gubbins? Sudo wget serial rules rule. What on earth is all that? I'm not just going to send random commands. Yeah, if you got a message. Anyway, the thing I was going to say is normally when you don't get a signal like that, it's because of the USB cable. Because quite often they don't do power and data. Obviously the ends look the same, but they don't wire them all up because it's cheaper to just have two conductors when you make them for like charging phones. So I have this, and this is just a cable, but I sell power and data USB-C cables. So if you need a USB-C cable that you know does power and data, then we have such a thing. A bug has been introduced in Debian Bullseye, which includes current mainsail OS, which prevents the symlinks in dev serial by ID from being created. And is that what we're doing? That's the command that we're trying to dev serial by ID. It is. If your printer can't connect to the MCU anymore after a system update, you can check if it's caused by that bug by checking the installed version of udev with apt show udev. if your version is 247.3-7 plus rpy-deb11u2, you have the broken package installed and should use one of the fixes below. Take special care about the last number u2. As of May 20th, this bug has spread to PiOS based on base systems as well. Option A, replace the corrupted udev file with one from the upstream system. Option B, install a working version from Debian backports. Do not attempt this option on Raspbian or PiOS based systems. If you're unsure what you have done, stick to option A. Okay, I need to somehow get this link. Right, can you post that same link in the VZ channel on the Vector3D Discord, and I'll pin it there too? Well, option A seems like the easiest one. Especially since we just have commands anyway. It's not exactly... I don't know what the implications are or how risky it is. But I don't really have anything to lose since it's a fresh install. The worst that can happen is I have to start again. So that's just adding in those extra things. A couple of extra commands. And then we reboot. Oops, there we go. I've got a better idea. I should share it myself. Copy message link. That's wise. There we go. Okay, so for people that need that link, it's now in the Vector3D Discord as well. No worries, that's what I'm doing these for. Some people have the perspective that it makes me look like an idiot. The other perspective is I look like an idiot so that you don't have to. It makes it much easier if you've seen somebody else do it first. So second screen. So we're back to here now. It's rebooted. So we log back in again. Oh. There we go. And hopefully now it'll work. No. Okay, so maybe there's extras. I did the things. I did the commands, and now it's still broken. Did I do all the commands? Yeah. Let's do a little cable swap, shall we? It does seem a bit sus. I don't know if it would have to reboot, but Rex saying second command is the only way to fix it, so we'll do that. It's just more copy and pasting, I think. Do not attempt this option to install the working version. Oh, I have to do it in. Does that one line at a time or paste it all as one line? I think it means paste it all as one line. So we'll take that second screen. So this is the command, Bosch. It's quite a big command. It's probably a whole bunch of things next to each other. So we send that as one command, and that'll do a bunch of stuff by the looks of it. Use the password. Hello, Sebastian. And Squirrelbrain's here too. Sorry, I missed that, I think. And Lars. Heyo! Press Q to quit. Okay, I think it's done that. So I have another reboot. Hopefully we can reconnect again. Squirrelbrain, did you make a V-minion enclosure? I don't think I've seen that, have I? Why you do this? Why you no work? This is LS USB. Is there some weird header I have to put on this board for it to allow USB connection or something weird? Yeah, I flashed Klipper. Serial by path. Oh, the mainboard enclosure. Okay. Maybe we have a voltage issue. Hmm. Yeah, this doesn't look like it's booting, does it? It's just solid green LEDs. Why do I always have problems with mixed voltage power? Ah, I didn't know this was Super 8 Pro. I just thought it was Super 8. Okay, yes, the firmware's different. That would probably explain the blasted thing then, wouldn't it? What a diddly doofus. Oh dear. What a doofus. Right, where's the actual Super 8 Pro then? I didn't know there was a big difference. Okay. Okay, let's go back a bunch of steps. Wreck to the rescue. Right. So that bit where we did this transfer, we're going back to there. So SSH. We're doing Kia, and we're going to go to 4 for advance, 2 for build only. Now, it's not F407 because that's for the Super 8, whereas we have the Super 8 Pro, according to Rec, who looks like he's copied and pasted from somewhere else, which is good. STM32 H723 or H743. I can't see a bloody thing. H723. I really should have checked the board, shouldn't I? That would have been a smart thing to do, and then I would have known it's wrong. H723. Where is it? Here, down here. And then we want the 128 bootloader, the loop boater. And the 25 megahertz crystal. USB on 11 and 12. It's on the VzBot explanation. Oh, it's on the documentation that I was following and then didn't. Installing Klipper. There you go. This is where you can find it. If you just go through the Klipper docs like I should have done. Although this is on printed version, is it also on aluminium version? One would hope so. Looks like it. Yes. Although that's not right. Ah, for the Melo Super 8 Pro, here we go. Okie dokie. Cool. Yes to save. Firmware is built. Okay. Back. Quit. Now we're going back to WinSCP. Make sure you reconnect. Change to 1547. That's correct. So now we'll copy this one. Paste it over here. Delete this one. Rename this one. And then we'll just close it here. We'll do this on one of these windows. Desktop, firmware, USB drive, paste, close. Quit. No. This just needs to shut down. Turn it off. Oh, I don't know if I waited long enough. Too late. Well, the lights are all green, which isn't great. I still think there's a voltage issue. Because I don't think this board is booting correctly. So I suspect the main problem area, let's remove the mains power cable, is going to be this drive power. I think maybe we don't need those. And it's kind of connecting 24 and 48 volts together, which is obviously not a good idea. Might be wrong, might be right, we shall see. Everything else for 48 volts looks normal though. Yeah, we've got 24 volts going to here. It is 24 volts going in, but it's... I've just taken this one out. That's the one that I just suspect being weird. Nope, that is exactly the same. I'm guessing yours does not just have solid green lights. You can take this out. I suppose if the firmware is flashing, then it's got to be functioning, right? Yours goes solid blue, whereas mine goes solid green. Maybe they've just used different lights. The firmware is flashing, so if you look here, the firmware is flashed again. It's the fly current file. So I think if there was some actual shorts, then we'd really know about it at this point. Let's try this again. Oh, it was not. Well, let's try this method first. Ta-da! So I think it was just firmware. I think this is what we want. We'll try copy this one now. So once you've got that ID, oh, we don't have a printer.cfg. So we need to download that from their documents. Where are they? That's Voron documents. Here we go. Printer config. We're going to start with the basic config file for you guys to use printer.cfg. In order to use the exclude object command in your main cell fluid, we're also going to need this exclude object.cfg and printer.cfg. Put both these files in your machine tab. Either they ran out of green or they ran out of blue, or they're just random or different suppliers, or I don't know. Who knows? It's anybody's guess. So from the downloads, we take these two files and we should just be able to drag and drop. We've got to rename this to printer.cfg. And then this is not great practice. This should just be exclude object, all lowercase. We'll copy that as well. I suspect it's in here as caps, but I'm going to change it to no caps because everything else is no caps. And so this thing that we needed here, we should then go here. We should be able to zoom in so you can see what's going on. There we go. Here's here. So don't take away the path, but you just want this chunk here, and you paste, and it should update probably like this bit and this bit. And then we'll do a save and restart. Oh, you guys are good at catching my typos. It's just as well I don't have to pay people for typos, isn't it? Eh? I don't have any money. Oh, what is it like now? Control in section heater bed must be specified. So, okay, now we're into actual firmware configuration bits. It's a bit of an odd error, but sure. Okay. I'm going to put those wires back in. Just going to shut that down and put the wires back in because clearly they were not causing a problem. We just have different LEDs. Printer.c is one of the easiest configuration files to configure, to be honest. Compared to the old days, or compared to Duet's config or Marlin config, it's a lot easier, in my opinion. There's a bit of a random cable here, isn't it? Okay. Let's turn it all back on again. How did you get it to show up on the Raspberry Pi? The ID number is because I flashed the wrong firmware. I did one for the Fly Super 8, and this is the Fly Super 8 Pro, which uses a different MCU, which uses a different crystal, different everything. So it was never going to work because I used completely the wrong firmware. Right. Let's go have a look at this printer.cfg file and see if I like it or not. So these are just basic velocity changes. MCU fly temperature, MCU temperature, pi temperature. These should be okay. So we've got Super 8 Pro. The SPI bus is SPI1A. So we should have, oh goodness me. This is a whole load of kajiggery, isn't it? Jesus Christ. So presumably we want that, do we? And then we have to turn this on. I've not configured SPI, I don't think, before. Because we're doing 1.8, that's, yeah, so anywhere where there's SPI 3, we need to change it to the SPI 1A. But we'll probably also need to enable them. Because otherwise it won't do anything. You didn't do that. It may be because they've like manually configured SPI or something. SPI software rather than SPI hardware they've used. This, I think, would be the hardware SPI, and this is the software SPI or something. Or the other way around. I don't know. So the error that it threw up was to do with control of heat bed, and it wants a control method for which we want PID. I don't know why that would be uncommented. That's a bit strange. Print cooling fan is not on GPIO 26. So this was where we had the CPAP. CPAP is now over here. So we want our diagram. It is this one here in 7, which is here. So the control. Oh, is that because that's on plus? I put it on the plus rather than the signal. I think it should be on the signal, which should be PF8. Because the plus and minus are just going to be fixed voltage, which is why when I turned it on, it instantly just went to maximum turbo. Because it's just being fed 5 volts. I got the pin the wrong way around. Well, not the wrong way around, but at the wrong end of the connector. Shove that in there, shove that in there. And we should now be able to connect to this as well. changed my mind. We'll leave it off for a minute. It's very, very noisy. So that we want as PF8. So we don't need the pi reference there. Hardware PWM, shutdown speed. You might want that as 1, because shutdown speed is, I'm pretty sure, what happens in the event of an error or failure. And extra cooling might not be a bad idea. In case of a water cooler that is 24 volts, use a heater pin like PF7. Okay. Hot end fan, I've plugged in down there. So, oh goodness me, so many things all over the place. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. So my hot end fan is here, fan 0. Fan 0 is PA0. So we'll change this one to PA0. Max power 1, kickstart of half a second, heater for the extruder. It'll turn on at 50 degrees Celsius. Exhaust fan. Chamber fan, RSCS. So our exhaust fan is actually 2. So let's just look up. There's a command for combining fans. I can't remember. Did I have a link for it here? Oh, let's just search the same thing. Go to Klipper. Documentation, configuration reference. Kickstart off below, tack, enable pin. Multi-pin, that's the one. Multi-pin outputs. One may define any number of sections with a multi-pin prefix. A multi-pin output creates an internal pin alias that can modify multiple output pins each time the alias pin is set. For example, one could define a multi-pin myFan object containing 2 pins and then set pin equals multi-pin myFan in the fan section. On each fan, change both output pins would be updated. These aliases may not be used with stepper motor pins. So what we want here is to create a section. I'm going all over the place. Okay. We don't really want it in our fan section, but I'm going to put it here anyway. So we're going to create a multi-pin. And we'll call it exhaust fans. Or we'll call it exhaust fan. I'll call it exhaust fans. How about that? And then we're going to put a list of the pins, presumably. A comma separated list of pins associated with this alias. So we then want the 2 pins that correspond to our exhaust, which is gap fan 4 and fan 5, so PA15 and PB11. And then we're going to put in here multi-pin pin. Is it something like that? Pin equals multi-pin, my fan, and the fan section. Yeah. There is not. No, Reg, your extra tips are useful. Thank you. Fan generic chamber fan. We don't have chamber fan at the moment. I suppose this is a chamber fan as well. I mean, I'm going to call it exhaust fan. Maybe this would be like a mixing fan, if you like, and then this is an extra cooling fan. Again, we don't have these ones at the moment. If you connect your driver fan to Super 8, or if you want to add fan to Super 8, otherwise connect them in the driver fan ports. Controller fan. I want to connect your driver fan. Okay, so we don't need this, so we should just comment out all of that. Chamber temperature sensor we don't have. Bed edge sensor we don't have. Custom pins, output pin LED. So we do want to have this. Output pin LED in fan 8 position if 12. So we plugged our LEDs down on our heater port, so we're going to go and find that. We did ours on heater 1, so the signal pin is PB1. PWM is true. Value we're going to put at 0.3. Shutdown value as 0.1. We also want I can't remember the PWM value. Cycle time, that's the one. Oh, 0.025. Should be about right. Macros, disable steppers. I'm going to assume these are okay, the macros. Normally I prefer my macros in a separate file though, so I'm going to do that because reasons. It's just tidier. Otherwise your file just gets really super long and it's difficult to understand what's going on. So these are all macros. Oh, idle timeout, that's not a macro. Cut that, save and close, create a file, macros.cfg, open that, paste that lot in there. Let's get rid of this extra shit at the bottom that we don't need. And get rid of whatever this mess is at the top. Okay, now we need to add an include in here. And I'll add that in. Yes, we need our bed screws. We need the right dimensions though. These are not going to be correct. G-code arcs and respond default. Do you have your bed screw data? Because 290 on a 235 is clearly not going to work. And 220, the 20 doesn't look correct either. We're going to have to find a 0 position and all this kind of gubbins. This might be best left without for now. Idle timeout. Yes, so what they should really have in here is list of shit that goes wrong. By that I mean list of stuff to check. And then you can have like a list of things in here that you should do before you start your printer, because otherwise you're going to destroy things. For example, max position 330 millimeters. That's going to struggle on a 235. So I don't know exactly if we get that on this. I'm going to assume that we can actually do the 235. Hopefully I can do a Control F for that. And it's 235 for all of them. Z 400. What's the Z? Probably less. Endstop pin. We need our Endstop pins as well. Ha ba ba ba. So are the screws 40 mil in from the edge? Is that what you're saying? So for this, we want 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 195, 195, 195, and 195. Okay, let's double check our end stop pins. X end stop pin. We're not looking there, we're looking here. Is one of those. $10, $11, and $12. Oh, well, these are just wrong. Okay, so we do need to be extra careful here. This one's coming from down here. This one's coming from down here. So X is the middle one. PG 11. All your screws are 35 millimeters in from the edge. So you reckon 35 here. 35, 35, 35, 35, and then this would be 200. PG 11, step X. These run currents look quite high. I guess that's why we've got massive heat sinks. This would be for senseless homing, I think. X1. How's that going to work? I don't understand. Y end stop pin. Where's our Y sensor coming from? Over here. Oh, does Z come from over here as well? It does. That's a recipe for disaster. Which one is Wish? So it's either 10 or 12. Oh, looks like I've just done the wrong way around. I did follow the wiring diagram as it happens. So you reckon Y is 12 and Z is 10. We'll do a test on that in a minute. We had an error. What was that? PID in heater bed. I mean, these are going to be wrong, but we need something to get started, and then we'll tune it. Are we there? Nope. Option position Endstop in step Z must be specified. Didn't we just do that? Position Endstop. Is it 0? Why are these just all turned off? Here we go. Are we there? Um, this is a good point. Is there a different configuration for Z? Step enable. UART. Extruder, step pin direction. Nozzle diameter of 0.5. Well, that's wrong. I'm not sure what it changes, but it should be 0.4, surely. Pretty sure it's a 0.4 nozzle. Let's have a power cycle. Turn it off and turn it back on again. It is weird that it beeps when you turn it off. There's something not right there. You get it regularly. I rarely have it. I don't think I've ever had it. I'd had it once and it was a bug and then it got fixed and then everything was fine again. Well, this is not ideal. Please retry in a few moments. Main cell code, check the commit history if available. I've never seen this before, but then I've also not done many updates for a while. I think I don't really understand the risk. I'm not quite sure what it's going to do. Wouldn't it have noticed if it was the USB config at this stage? The fact that we've detected the USB ID tells me that the USB cable is working fine. Ah, yes, we have to do this. I think we have to do... Oh, goodness me. I'm using it for... Oh, no, it's not required for that. Shutdown battery 01. Hey! Pew, 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 pew. We have a working printer. Sort of. Right, first thing. Look at all those. First thing we're going to do is end stops. So we want to make sure that those are all responding as they should do. I believe here, Z is triggered. So, oh, we can see lights as well. I move the bed down. That's now open. And then for X, that works. And Y, that also works. Can I plug the CPAP in without getting loads of noise? Oh, there was a bit of a spark. There's no noise. It's okay. We're all alive. The cover might be nice on that one. Now, I kind of probably want to turn things around at this point so you can see the printer doing the moving and potential crashing, just for shits and giggles. Is that your CPAP? No, this is my CPAP DIN mount. I made my own one. Right. I do actually want to do another thing before we do too much, because my X rail is not quite straight, and before everything moves, I want to cut the belts. But I don't want to cut the belts before I get the rail straight, so I want to know that I can get it straight with the current belts. Yeah, you see where I'm going? So we need to do a belt thing. I'm getting hungry. It's only 4:30. So let's turn her off. That annoying beep is going to really get on my nerves. Hoopy doopy doopy doo. Let the de-racking commence. See, when I assembled it, oh, I can't check with that direction now that the end stop's mounted there. Let's move this end stop out of the way and hope that I remember to put it back in a bit. Yeah, I mean, according to the back, it's fine. It's perfect. But when it's moved to the front, it looks off. But maybe that's because these are assembled slightly differently on each side. Maybe it's more square than I thought. The back ones, I think, are the more consistent position. Oh no, those are miles different. Oh, what the dickens? There's nothing square. Because everything can slide back and forwards, so nothing's in a fixed position. I think it'll be square enough. It looks dead square by eye. It's just when you move it to the ends, but because the whole metal mounts can move in and out, there's not much to really check against. Probably wanted to go this way a little bit. I think if we need to tighten this one. Oh, that's not good. Somewhere I should have my other... Where's all the rest of my Allen keys gone? Here's the purple one. So we need to... Oh, not that, it's this. Okay. I've aligned it to the bed, which is maybe not the best bet. We'll have to do skew calibration, which is fine. Right. Time for a short break. How long have we been going? 2.5 hours. Okay, well that's longer than I thought it was. Okay, definitely time for a quick break. A few minutes. We won't be too long, and then we'll be back to continue, and we'll get it powered on and start some moving and homing and probably inevitably some crashing. I shall be back in a momento. Hello. I'm hoping you can't hear me eat, given that you couldn't hear the fans. Oh, you can hear me. If you can hear me eating, I'll try and move the mic a bit. I don't know. Right. I think the panel looks good in black, but just other accents in yellow. A whole yellow panel would have looked a bit like a vomit machine. Good on the logo in yellow, but like I wanted to, because I know Simon's aesthetic with the aluminium stuff is to show those CNC machine marks. So that's what I wanted to try and keep in that VZ logo, is that you see the machining marks. Yeah. So what are we doing? Oh, the other thing, the question about printing made me realize I have not made a spool holder yet. So we shan't be printing immediately. I doubt we'll be printing today. But we can get it powered on again. And we'll start doing the setup stuff. This is the bit which I normally end up with something crashing. Woo! Let's go! It's so loud. Woo! Let's go! Takes a little while to turn on, and then it's normal. Look at those lights, though. Oh, that looks good. Boom. Check that shit out. Right. Moonraker warning. We can fix this as well. GK path received from Klipper does not match expected location. Received this, expected this. So we're just going to take this and copy it and modify virtual SD card section. Which I believe is in here, isn't it? What am I in? What we want is this, which is what it got. At least it should have been what it got. It's read only, so it's not going to let me change it. Yeah, from Moonraker. That's not in Moonraker. Oh, the Endstop. Yes. Thank you for reminding me. This was my anti-racking Endstop. That could have caused a problem. Let's just copy this and whack it in here, just to make it happy. Oh, did you zoom me off the wrong end? Is it home to... Oh, we're going to end up homing to the wrong direction and everything. So I also want a force move macro. Do we have one? Because I always forget the command. Let's move it to the middle. Set pause it there, print end, print start. There is no... I have my Voron's... Oh, my V0's on. I think this has got it. Oh, at least I thought my V0 was on. It's on now. This stream is not very popular. We're only like 22 people. It's pretty low. Maybe because the title is Finishing Touches. I just want set kinematic position equals 0. That's kinematic. I just want the macro if I have it on here. I don't. I think it used to work that you could just set everything to 0. So the idea here is I want to why is there more errors? I've just made more errors than I had before. Unknown. Oh, you have to have extra bits in the. Do you have to have extra config commands to allow it to do this set kinematic position? Yeah. Oh my goodness. That's absolutely bonkers. Right, we should now be able to do yes. So we've got to make sure everything is moving in the direction that it says it's moving. Let's give you this view. And maybe I'll add no, that's useless. So positive X. Wow. That was a huge nope. I think we've got the motors plugged into the wrong place, and we've got what if we do Y? Yeah. They're counter-rotating, I think. Our two X motors are going in opposite directions, I think. So Rex worked it out. Direction PG3, X1, direction no, Y, direction no, Y, direction. Try that. Okay, now they're going the right way, but they're all going the wrong way, as in they all need to be the opposite of what they currently are. Oh, sorry, you can't see it. My firmware. Oh, that's CS pin. Should be direction pin. You just hear it every time it turns off and back on again, going absolutely bonkers. What's better? Should I show this or that? Can I show both? Let's try again with this. And we'll maybe move this over here or something. And have this over here or something. It's a bit dodgy, isn't it? But the Z doesn't seem to go anywhere. Oh, Z and E are the wrong way around. It's moving the extruder motor. I'm pretty sure I copied the configuration for this one and they're just the wrong way around. Why? Pretty sure I copied the diagram is what I mean. So extruder is this lot. Oh, what have I done? Cut that. Paste it in here. Take this lot. Cut that. Paste it in here. So again, we just set 0, plus 10, minus 10, plus 10, -10. +1. No! That's going in the wrong direction. That's nice and smooth. Right. I think I've already set the max height to 200. Max position 200. Oh, you can't see. There you go. Max position 200. Right, so now we should be able to home. I probably don't need to see this for this. We'll get focus on the printer instead. So I don't know how fast it's going to print. That was weird. Oh, that's my belts being too long. Oh, let's choppy the belts a little bit. Home X. The nozzle's just going to fall out now. Let's use a gentle So what about moving Y? No, that's the wrong direction. So printer, stepper X, stepper Y, position min, homing speed, Endstop, position Endstop is at 235. I don't have a beacon. Beacon doesn't come in the kit, unfortunately. So home X. Yeah, the homing procedure is a bit naff. It should have a double homing. It's Fingers crossed. That's worked. Homing Z. Why is there only Jubilees on that and not the others? So if I home all, yeah, it doesn't rehome. can enable home XY and main cell config. My main cell config is read only, so you can copy things. Copy the G-code macro client variable to your printer.cfg, remove the comment from all lines, change any values in there to your needs. Use custom park, custom X position. No, that's not what I need. I'm pretty sure you just have to add a second homing speed. Second homing speed. X1, Y, Y1. Oh, we don't, I'm not so fussed about combined homing, that's fine. So this one goes this way. This one goes like this. X didn't do the secondary home. Y did. That's weird. Oh, homing retract. Is that the speed to use and the retract move after homing, in case this should be different from the homing speed, which is the default for this? Homing retract distance. Distance to back off before homing a second time. Yeah, why is it set to 0? Of all parameters you could put there, 0 seems like the worst. In fact, you can just put nothing because you don't need the value. Yes. Right. Three hours in. What should we do next? What should we do with the drunken sailor? What should we do with the drunken sailor? What should we do with the drunken sailor? When it is a printer. I forget. Voron has a really good setup guide, isn't it? Is it Voron's setup guide? Maybe VzBot has one too. Probably not. Build. Initial startup checks. Verify temperature. Looks reasonable. Verify heaters. So yep, that seems to work. That also seems to work. Stepper motor check we've done. Endstop check we've done. XY homing we've done. Motor configuration we've done. Bed location. Right. Get the bed down. Get the plate in the middle. So I'm just going to bring it to 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And we should find... Oh, that was a clunk. Holy bananas, Batman. So it can't quite do 235 then. Or is my... maybe I could mount this sensor differently in a way that would turn it around the other way. If it was mounted that side, then we could put it... Yeah, I think it's supposed to be on the other side of the printer. Balls. Yeah, install this on the other side of the printer, because this mount puts the thing too far forwards. Oh dear. Am I going to have the length to put it on the other side? Oh, I've zip tied everything in place now. It's supposed to be front right. Well, I've done mine back left. Ultimately, it shouldn't matter where it goes. But it does. Back's definitely a better place for it, I think. Because you don't need it at 0. Back's a nice homing location. It's just too far forwards. And I think if I turn the mount round and rotate the switch mounting, that would work. It'd be the other way around. Yeah. Right. You sent me a picture and everything. Yeah, and I thought it looked like it went up there. I stuck it up there. Oh dear. Okay. Let's see if we can move this switch a bit. Okay, pies off. So the plan is unclip all of this and get it over the other side. How hard could it be? Those motors are quite warm considering they've not done anything. Is the Endstop going to fit through that gap? Hopefully. Right, that's out of there. Now I have to cut all these zip ties that took ages to get in. There's another zip tie here. There we go. Now we should have plenty of wire to go back down round this way. Okay, there's nothing plugged in. Back it down. Yes. Oh, how did it come back up? Right, I've had to dislodge the TPU grommet to get it through, but now we should be able to get the grommet back in. Kind of, a bit. There we go. Oh, I've put it around the cables, you absolute numpty. Back through the hole. Here. Go through here, please. Just there. Thank you, please. Yes. That was weird, they fit fine. There we go. I think that's kind of in. Right. So let's get the mount back. Wherever that's gone now. Here. Clip the wire up this side here. Over the top here. I'm going to have a bit of extra wire now. Now, should go in somewhere here. So now that it's this side, it will go this way round, and that will connect that way. Oh, it's quite funny, isn't it, when Americans are just like, oh, just buy this thing from this local shop, and it's like only exists in America. Or just go down to your local hardware store and buy everything you need for this project, all in one place. Just doesn't happen in the UK. It's just not a thing. And another assumption that bigger is always better. Maybe you would pay more to have it shrunk down to a smaller size, for example. Something funky going on here. What's it? Might just be the wire. Where's the wire that I just... This was it, wasn't it? Why is it not coming through? Here we go. So now we've got some extra wire to deal with. That's just going to go there. Nice! Is that going to... No. I've mounted it upside down like an idiot. Try again. The third time I'll get this end stop right. Well, not necessarily right, because right apparently is at the front of the machine. So instead of that, we have that. There we go. That should now get us our full travel. Well, that's not good. What's going on? Oh, it's just taking a long time to turn on. I shouldn't have to move the, change the thing, because it was homing to that location anyway. It's just triggered by the other end of the gantry. It still hates. Look at all these errors. It made me change it, and then once I changed it, now it shouts at me because I changed it. Right. Home X. Home Y. Yes! Now we should be able to... Okay, we'll put it in the other place then, shall we? Let's see if we can get our full travel. 35. Easy peasy. What's up, home Y? Right, home all. Yeah, I mean, that's right at 235. But we've got our screws sticking up here, so if we try and print there, it's just going to absolutely smash the living daylights out of that nozzle. Yeah. Yeah, we'll take this back out again. They were a nice idea. Or we'll just keep the one or something. I mean, we need the other screw because it's grounding the bed. But we can use a shorter one. If we have a shorter one. Right. That'll kind of do, I guess. Let's just bring that back to 0, see where we're at the front. Yeah. Okay, I'm happy that that is good enough. Set location. Probe testing, probe accuracy, PID tune. Here we go. Let's do this. So PID calibrate, the heater is the heater bed, and the target is 100. We've already tested the heater works, so we should be able to do this without a problem. Let's just make the bed a little bit away from the nozzle. Put the nozzle to the back. And send it. Yeah, don't wire your bed wrong. That's not a good idea. I'm guessing you wired live and neutral in the two sides of the bed. So on the two sides of the SSR. So as soon as it turned on, it just short-circuited the mains. Oh dear. What is the watts? Watts? I do not know what watts the bed is. It doesn't say. Doing a live stream, 3 hours in. Just check I didn't have anything else to do today. No. Heat up time's not too bad. It's a fairly small bed, I suppose. If you want to cool the hot end really quickly, put the CPAP on 100%. PID tuning. How loud is CPAP compared to bamboo? It's like twice the volume. It's loud. It's very loud. I do not know the RON current. We can check in a second. I'm just tidying up some tools while it does this PID because it'd be slow. Oh. I seem to have... Oh, there it is. Lost it. Found it. Problem sorted. Right, let's have a look. Machine printer. Extruder. .7. It does seem quite high. You reckon I should turn it down? I prefer to have some evidence, but... Isn't it the same motor from the LGX Lite? Or LGX? Not LGX. Annoyingly, I can't really see the model number that I've got on my wiring on it. Let's just turn it down for now. This is still doing that. Obviously, we've still got other printer stuff to do. So this printer is not finished. We won't be doing the first print, I don't think, today. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. But I want to get all the panels and stuff on before we do the first print. I'd like to get everything finished before we do the print. But we can do, obviously, we're doing configuration now just to make sure everything's working as it should be. Do I need an extra 6 inches of tube? Probably not. Ooh, it appears I've got the hiccup. Are we done yet? Oh, it's done. He's done. Save config. So the other thing is tuning the hot end. This one should be a little bit faster. Let's get it in the middle first. Yes, I heard the Goliath tends to smoke the first time. This should be interesting. What I do want to test actually before I do that is that the fan's going to come on. It didn't. So something's up with that fan. Ah, I've not connected the doobly-doos, have I? You have to put those jumpers to select the voltage for the fans, and I've stupidly not done that. Well, not stupidly. I wasn't sure of the voltages, so I wanted to double check before I put them on. This is 24-volt fan. .25% CPAP is probably too much. I don't know. It might be best to turn it off to do this. So we've got a bunch of little jumpers. You asking me about Mark IV? I don't have one. So here you can see hopefully the fan areas, and these little banks of 6 pins near each of the fans will determine the voltage which goes to each of the fans. So you can do, I believe, 24 or VCC, 12 and 5 volts. What we want to do is find their documentation, which I've lost. I wish this was wider. You can't see most of these things. Power. drivers, stepper motors, heaters, heater bed, thermistor. What's the thermistor? Heater bed thermistor. Fan. There you go. VCC 12 and 5 volts. So VCC is obviously your input voltage. So we want 24 volts to this. But I think these two fans at the top are 12. So for this, the one below, that's the middle. And below here is the middle too. If you're not sure and you can't be asked to check, if it could be 12 or 24, go with 12. And then if it runs really slow, you can change it to 24. But if you put 24 on a 12 volt fan, you're going to kaput it. Right. Now we should be able to. We also have a dead fan here. Don't know if I've got another fan I can just test with. Unfortunately, the ones mounted next to it are very short cables, so I have to completely remove them in order to actually check something. I'm not sure if those are 12 and 24. 12 or 24 volts either. I'm hoping 12, because I'm going to try with this 12 volt fan to see if this works in that header. Oh, it's bloody pH, isn't it? Screw it. It's just going to be there for now. That's not going to go there. That's going over here. Right, let's turn it back around again. It could be a bad crimp on mine as well. I do have a bad crimp occasionally. What am I doing now? My ear microphone is starting to get a bit uncomfortable after 3.5 hours. Still get this warning. Great. What we need to do is set this to 55. And the fan now should come. Oh, it's on already. Not sure if that's a good thing or not. Excellent. That works. So I think these might be 24-volt fans, because they're now on full and they're not moving much air. Right, so now we can do our PID tune. Did we have it? There we go. 245 is probably a reasonable temperature for doing it. I'm sure you're all going to want to see the hot end smoke, so I'll send you over there. This should be mildly entertaining. Let's send it. It's 50 degrees. Probably won't smoke until we get to 200 or something, I guess. $110, $120, $130, $140, $150, $170, $180, $190, $200, $220, $230, $240, and it's off. And there's the smoke. Don't know if you can see that. It was a tiny bit, not very much. There's a bit of a breeze in here, so you might not have seen it anyway. Yeah, I saw a little bit come out this side. I can smell it now as well. It would be nice if printers could have a temperature offset for when, as you say, if it's always hotter than you need. Then your slicer settings can remain at a target of 245, for example. And then you know as it gets to each printer, they have their various offsets for the same material. Ooh, lots of good smoky smell now. I can't see much smoke, but I can definitely smell it. Now, I've not done it with the CPAP turned on, so I wonder if I should have done that. That would have been wise, wouldn't it? I know James recommended it, and I forgot, basically. I could probably be assembling panels instead of just sitting on my hands, can I? I've got doors to do. Doors. Scores and doors. I think we get something like that. Maybe we'll save doors for tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow's stream then I think will be, shall we say, aim for panels and first print. Then you can set the value in the inline resistor settings. An inline variable resistor. I don't know, something would be nice. Trouble is with a resistor, it's a fixed value, isn't it? So its accuracy will vary with temperature. Oh, we've done it. We've achieved our goal, so we can copy that, paste it in there, save, that'll restart. PID bed leveling. For the bed leveling, we shall do we have bed screws adjust? I don't know how much I trust it. So we need to tighten these down. And then we're going to have to adjust this to come up to meet the bed. And then we can, yeah, that's right. So I've just tightened all these knobs so they're pretty tight-ish. Various tightness, actually. Probably go a bit more. These wheels aren't quite as grippy as I hoped they would be, but they're reasonably grippy. In fact, let's put it in the middle. This is still miles away. This doesn't feel like a great method for leveling. That should be close enough to the point where we can now bed screws adjust. Let's just Oh dear. I think we need to get the Endstop an ickle bit closer. Oh, there's not much room to do that. We might have to limit X to 234. Even that's starting to go a bit weird. Is it belt? I think it's belt. Yeah. Well, the point was to get the nozzle somewhere close, which we've managed. But we can't get that high enough. Oh. So how do we deal with that then? We might have to go with the bed screws just to get the amount of adjustment that we need. There's not much adjustment available. Oh, not again! Thought we'd sorted that once. Right, that's it. I'm changing it. Oh, machine, printer. Going to 234. I don't think the PEI is scraped. It's more that we don't have the amount of adjustment I feel like we need. These things will only adjust like half to 1 millimeter or something. Whereas screws, we can get much greater magnitude of adjustment. Let's try the bed screws adjust. I mean, I kind of want to do it on the smooth side, but I also don't want to wreck the smooth side. Not sure how I'm supposed to do this. We can't adjust it enough. I don't need the problem is you have to lower, you can't move because this is at the top, because there's a hard stop at the top. If the bed goes any higher, it destroys the end stop. It can't physically go any higher. So by having it at the top, you limit what movement you're allowed yourself to do. You can't go to negative Z heights because of the end stop. Oh, now I've ballsed up where I thought the position was. Shit. Abort. 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 You have to basically tune it in with this first. Okay. Now let's try this. Right. I don't know how much more we can do without printing, and we're not printing today because we're going to put panels on first, and I'm not doing that now. Sorry for those that were hoping for a print. I know it's nice to have this like big finish at the end of a stream as of, wow, look, we managed to get to here. But so bed tilt, Z tilt, don't have that. Quad gantry, don't have that. Z offset adjustment, don't really have that. Fine and tuning Z height. You can do that with prints. Extruder calibration, E-steps. I'll check that the extruder motor goes in the correcto direction, because that'll be useful. I shall reserve my comments on the bed until I have used it. We shall see. Right, that's 200, so we should be able to extrude. Extrude. It's extruding the right way. We're not doing materials, so I can't check other stuff. It's so loud. It didn't really change the rate of cooling on the nozzle that much. Well, it probably did, but it can't measure it because it's measuring halfway up the body. Oh, so you lot just hear me shouting, going, I can't hear because of the fan. And nobody can hear the fan. Does my voice sound weird then? When the fans, I don't know, it must cut frequencies out. I mean, the mic's pretty near the fan. I think if it cancels out at one time, it will cancel it out all the time. I can see on the audio bar thing, it just doesn't pick it up. I have no idea how that works, but it seems to work. Hello? It's definitely time to finish because the wireless microphone has run out of the batteries. So we found the limit of those. It's 4 hours. Right. Well, thank you everyone for joining. Every time I change this view, I look at the wood and I think, why is the steel rods look bent? It's not, it's just the wood settled up at the back. Makes it look strange. I was one of the first to do the rat rig V-Core. I have literally a V-Core 3 in a box down here because I disassembled it because I was not using it and it's really big. Thanks, Ella. See you soon. There won't be Thursday live streams for at least a few weeks now, because of things that are happening. I'll be doing probably this maybe for another couple of days over the weekend and such, if I have the time. I'm hoping to, so we can do the first print, get the panels on, and all that kind of stuff. We'll hopefully get this printer all ticked off in the next few days, but then no Thursday live streams for probably 3 or 4 weeks minimum. And then after that, hopefully we'll be starting up members streams once a month. Fingers crossed. And hopefully we'll have a new build to go as well. Depends what kits I can get, because I cannot afford to just buy kits willy-nilly because they're rather expensive. But yes, that's it for today. Mine's only a 300 V-Core, but I've only got one room, and it's not very well optimized for space, and I have lots of printers and stuff and boxes and things. So yeah. Anyway, that's it from me today. I don't think there's anything else to do other than say thank you for watching. Thank you for the help. Thank you very much to the members that are joining and membering every single month. Thanks, Wurst. I always struggle with your name. I do apologize. Hopefully, we'll see you all tomorrow for some more shenanigans with this printer as we start some printing, hopefully, and then we do some crazy speed testing because that'll be hilarious and fun. Right, thanks everyone, and I shall see you soon.